And we're live. Welcome back, everybody. Dipcatcher Radio back again. So we've had an awesome last couple days. Friday night was an amazing stream. We all day we did some like live data analysis because I was trying to answer some key questions about just the nature of the HSIs that were sold to the Icosa contract. And also there was some information that I just wanted to have because of something that we were getting ready to announce and what I'll be building today. As you saw the title of this video, this is the Poly Maximus 30-day Idea-to-Mainnet challenge. I'm going to try to roll out our new HEX stake pool, which has a little bit different of a format than the stake pools we just rolled out, where Poly Maximus is a Hedron pool that we pool Hedron in and then bid on HSIs that are coming to auction due to the Icosa launch coming up. That kicks off on November 13th. And so 30 days from now would give everyone 10 days to mint their Hedron into Poly in order to participate in these auction pools. So it's basically the same thing as Maxi, except for rather than pooling HEX to then mint in a max length stake, what we're going after is we're pooling Hedron and we're trying to buy a basket of HSIs of various lengths. There's some in there with bonuses and other factors that may be beneficial to buy, but we're going to be effectively bundling baskets of HSIs into Maximus Stake Pools. So that's the next thing that we're going to build here. We're really solving the problem that the smaller half probably of the max length HSIs that were minted for Icosa, they may end up being worthless due to gas fees. That's because people who joined HEX after 2021, they have about a 15-year disadvantage in Hedron, since they bought at 100. They bought the HEX at 100 to 1,000 times higher of a HEX price, and they staked at about 2.5 times higher T-share price than the year one HEX stakers. Those long-term early stakers, they're really the ones that got most of the Hedron during the launch. And so all the newer Hexicans that are smaller Hedron holders, they can really only afford the small HSIs that are coming to auction. And those HSIs are exactly the ones that are at risk of having gas costs that exceed a large percentage or all of the value of the HSI. And so the same exact problem that we are solving with our traditional stake pools, where rather than having a lot of people holding individual stakes, we consolidate them so that numerous people can share those gas costs, which can be, and I'll show you a calculator I built last night. Those gas costs, you don't know what it's really driven by the gas price and the Ethereum price. You don't know what that's going to be. It's very hard to predict, and each bull cycle, it only gets larger. So it is a serious risk that especially smaller users must mitigate. And we actually have a really good solution. It's where you can bid like a whale in these HSI auctions by teaming up in a Poly Maximus trustless HSI auction pool. So the Poly token is redeemable for the HEX and Hedron from the HSIs won by the pool. And so we're basically just converting baskets of HSIs into Maximus stake pools. The same exact user benefits that people experience with our regular HEX stake pools, where you're going to get more T-shares per Hedron that you bid because you'll be competing for larger stakes. And while the largest individual stake in the Hedron ecosystem only got about 0.6% bigger pays better bonus, still, if you're holding, if you're holding exposure to $2 million or a million HEX stakes that are HSIs, you're going to outperform someone who's holding 100,000 HEX stake HSIs. So holding larger stakes in general is better. The bigger pays better bonus is nowhere near the bigger pays better bonus experienced by even the smallest pool, which is Trio. which got about 3% bigger pays better. So still, the bigger pays better is still a factor in this, but maybe not as much as in the regular stake pools. The main one, again, is the 99% gas fee savings on ending stake by spreading the end stake gas costs across all Poly holders, because Poly contract will end up with a handful of these HSI stakes. And then rather than whoever owns each of the stakes to be having to pay on their own, or just like the users be paying for the gas on their own, all that is just consolidated and bundled together. So huge gas fee savings, just same exact thing. Why the people that joined the Maximus Stake Pools are going to pay thousands of times less in gas fees than other just solo stakers, regardless of what gas price is. Just it's still, no matter what, it's still 1,000% or 1,000 times less, which is pretty crazy. And I'll show you some numbers here in a minute. And also the Poly token is fully liquid, just like Maxi, just like Base, Trio, Lucky, Desi, everything. So you can sell, trade it. And I think this one may be pretty interesting because the Maxi pools being 1-to-1 versus HEX, and the benchmark is the HEX that people deposited. This one, it's Hedron in, HEX out. And so there may be a lot more trading volatility just related to this, because like in the stake pools, comparing the pool token to just the HEX, like that, it makes sense, because it's like, okay, you put 1 HEX in, after a max link stake, you get 6 HEX out, or whatever it may be. And the market's just kind of pricing in that future, like HEX on HEX earnings. But now it's like the market is pricing in the future Hedron on HEX earnings, which is very could vary wildly. And so this one is absolutely higher risk than the HEX stake pools, and with similar upside with because but if we end up buying discounted T shares, or say like the Hedron price just like goes down forever and then the HEX price goes up, in that setting, the people that joined this and effectively bought HEX with their Hedron, they could way outperform, if depending on the price ratio and how if it was to trend down. So in that setting, the poolers would it'd be probably silly to even consider that like a premium, because it's just like the thing that you measure your cost basis in, if it just went down relative to the stake, that is could be like a massive overperformance. Whereas with like the HEX ones, it's like when you put HEX into the Maximus stake pools, you still own the HEX, whereas in these ones, you don't own the Hedron anymore. It gets burned. So because it's done through these auctions. So kind of a different dynamic in that sense, which could lead to some really exciting price action. But kind of comparing this type of pool to the Maxi pools, the Maximus, just normal stake pools, those ones definitely earn more yield. Like the APY will be higher on those ones, because it's the bigger pays better is far larger, and the effective gas cost across, because this is going to be a basket of individual ones, it's going to be more, probably like there's 5 stakes in this basket, and the gas fee is 500 over there, but still consolidate, like the gas won't even be a problem because it's still consolidated. So that rather than the gas being split across thousands of users, it's like, okay, 5 stakes are split across thousands of users. So that gas fee per user is higher than on the regular pools, but it is lower here. And then the other risk, which is kind of in tandem with what I just described, where if the Hedron price was to go down, then like the upside versus your cost basis of like what you put in could be much higher. But if Hedron just runs, which it could absolutely, especially as it gets more scarce over time, if the Hedron price just runs, then those users would have been better off just buying HEX, or just holding the Hedron and not buying HEX. So there's 2 ways to that, and that kind of was what balances out. Like there's with Hedron, because it's such a wild card, especially at like these prices, like in this like mid-range zone, after a really strong move over the last couple months, and then kind of settling down a little bit. It's like it's kind of like the upper part of this mid-range zone, and so a lot of variability in the Hedron price relative to HEX, and so these ones I think will probably attract a more like speculative user, because that's kind of the nature of it. Whereas like the HEX stake pools, at least Maxi, that approach is more of a staker user. But I think that due to the premium performance on Maxi, that attracted a large speculator cohort into these new pools. That's why we saw the big demographic shift with, we had less people or less individual addresses minting in the pools, but we had like 3 times as much HEX. So these dynamics kind of, they influence what type of audience is attracted to this. And so I think kind of that like higher risk, like speculator class that's seeking higher reward by taking on more risk, exploring more exotic areas, doing different strategies than just like buying and holding. This type of user I think may be really interested in this. But also, I mean, this one really does kind of span, because it's like if you're a small Hedron holder, it's like you can really only end up with the low value HSIs, and those ones are the worst to have. You always want bigger always pays better in many ways. The main one being gas. Like the bigger pays better gas bonus is greater than the bigger pays better HEX bonus, to be honest. So very important stuff. And so what we're going to be doing is we're just over the next 30 days, we're going to be building this thing live and just pushing this thing over the goal line. There's a urgent deadline with the November 13th mint. And so we just got to get it done. Got no choice. So to kind of aid in that and to let you all in on the experience, and also just as like a general marketing and growth initiative, I'm going to try to do it all on live stream. I probably reasonably won't be able to just do a full on live stream every day where I'm, but just most days a week. I mean, in the last 2 weeks, or in the last 7 days, I had so from Friday to the prior Friday, I'd streamed 14 times in 7 days. So I probably maybe won't be doing that, because sometimes it's gonna be a stretch. But I'm gonna try to just stream as much as I can and let you all in on the experience of what it's like to build this stuff. And also, people really enjoyed how we talked through certain of the solutions on the prior one, and we're adjusting factors in the smart contract, different parameters and such. If you want to be in on the discussion, just hop in the chat. That's where this conversation is probably going to be taking place most of the time. So I'm really excited to see who sticks through these and who gets really active in this, and because the more discussion, the better. And that's like that's a really core premise of how we like to build stuff, is that we really want to get the people who are going to be using it and benefiting from it in the discussion, so that we can cater to those needs and also help point them to good opportunities. So let's see what's going on in the chat, and then we'll get into it soon. Yeah, I mean, we got to get it out with enough time for the minting to take place before the first auctions start. So got to get it happen. Am I giving birth to a new bag? This new bag is giving birth to you. Hello all. Blue with the fire emojis. Dipcatcher Radio, my favorite station. Nonstop bangers. That's great. Do you think Poly Maximus will pump price of Hedron? I mean, probably most people that are going to participate already have the Hedron. So it can. I mean, the auctions in general can, if people are buying Hedron to mint in the auctions, because the end result is that the winners of the auctions are burnt. But also something that we kind of exploring is just like, what's the impact of that burn relative to the newly emitted supply. Every day there's new Hedron that's available for bidding. So it would be like 10.4 million Hedron times 1,000, so 10.4 billion Hedron per day without bonuses. And so that is, say the average, I mean, most of the people, so if 80% of the Hedron is going to the people with the long-term stakes, big bonuses, then you could say the average, or maybe a good average estimation for bonuses relative to the new stakes would be something like 6 or 7. So 10 billion Hedron per day, just like on the per B share, times 6 or 7. So if that's 70 billion Hedron per day is being emitted in new supply, right? Million T shares is 10 billion T shares, then multiplied by, so with that much Hedron being emitted every day, to people that maybe don't necessarily want to sell their HEX, or people that are just fully staked and that's kind of the only liquid value they have, that kind of counteracts the effect of these fairly seasonal liquidation auctions. Like the Icosa, like most of them are going to happen within the first launch phase of Icosa. They're going to keep trickling in, but because of the launch bonuses and just the general kind of hype around it, and it only makes sense to do it at certain price levels. So these HSI auctions happening in mass, like they are with Icosa, that's going to be seasonal. And so this first season is here. And so, the market just prices in all these things, right? There's things that are moving the price up, and there are things that are moving the price down, and then the market is just kind of where those things meet. And so this is just one factor that's impacting price, but it is fairly dominant because it is like a big narrative around the whole point of Hedron. How does the bidding work through Poly? We will be inventing that. There's a couple different solutions. They each have their trade-offs. And so part of this whole experience will be to solve that challenge. That's the big challenge here. The stuff with the minting or redemption, it's like we're basically going to be copying how we did it on Maxi. But the whole bidding part, that's fresh ground for innovation. So we'll be inventing, we'll be balancing trade-offs. The two, they're basically two ways. They're basically two good solutions. One is with a model where there's a user-appointed executor who performs the bidding on behalf of the contract. They never have possession of the coins. It's just that they produce a set of addresses that can manage the bids, meaning add to the bid pretty much, or choose which ones to bid on. But they can't withdraw the funds. They can't reroute them to their own ones, or they can't do anything with the funds other than just execute a bidding strategy. And the benefits of that one is that the having it where the bidding happens in secret, where like the strategy is secret and not kind of like a crowdsourced thing. It's just secret at one user's discretion, who doesn't have to, when there are time sensitive decisions, sometimes you just need the guy that, or the girl that everyone believes in, to just make it happen, and put their best shot forward. That has a lot of benefits just in terms of performance. It introduces not like a level of, I'm trying to find the best word for it, because it's not like you're trusting them, because you actually don't need to trust them, because the worst that can happen are either you don't win any HSIs, and so you just get your Hedron back, or two, you overpay by whatever amount the rules kind of allow it to overpay by, or just like the budget of the total Hedron in the pool allows it to overpay by. So it's kind of limited by just the amount, and you could do those things on your own anyways. So it's not like it introduces new attack surfaces or new sources of underperformance. It's just like the same thing that could happen if you're doing it on your own, where you lose out on a bid because you didn't bid enough, or you got in a heated bidding for a particular one and then you ended up overpaying for those T-shares. Then that could happen to you anyways. So this model with a executor, it doesn't necessarily require you to trust them, because they can't just steal the funds and they can't just route them to themselves, because when the Hedron bids are going on, the Hedron is burned. So it's not like they're like buying from themselves. So that model to me, I think, is the best one. But if it introduces problems with, in terms of how people perceive the risk of having a user appointed executor to bid on behalf of everyone, where there's no expectation of the executor to perform necessarily well, and the executor is not getting paid to do it, like it's just volunteer, someone steps up and does it, then that I think has the best balance of performance and risk. But some people have brought up other good ideas where, like, kind of like leaning into the wisdom of the crowd, which could make it like entirely, like, you don't have to even like count on the executor to perform well. It's like, it's just whatever the crowd says what happens. So then in that case, you're just, instead of relying on a single executor to just make decisions and just at their discretion to just try to win, maybe just for brand, personal reputation, or just like in service of others, other than having that, it's like you're now relying on the crowd to make the right decisions, or and it could underperform in the same ways that the executor could. So there, but also maybe there's some strategic edge in that too. It's very hard to it's hard to even predict, since only 29 of these auctions have happened and there's been no pooling. It's actually very hard to even predict how a fully kind of crowdsourced bidding strategy would work. So that's always, so those are like the two options, is like an executor model or like a crowd executor model. And I think that I personally think that the individual executor just making it happen, making a play, sealing that victory, I think that that's the best way. It's easier to build. It's not introducing any risk that isn't otherwise there. And maybe that's something that everyone can just like celebrate, and where and that's like a very innovative model with like decentralized governance, where sometimes you need someone to just make a play, and you don't need to because it's not like there, unless there's some like strategic advantage of just like the voting of everyone. But the way I see it is that like you're gonna have a whole spectrum of people. It's like there's gonna be people that have very good acumen around bidding strategy, and there's gonna be people that have really poor acumen around bidding strategy, and there's gonna be everyone else who's just like the middle of the road. If you do it some type of like voting where like crowd directed strategy, you're basically, it's like you just picked the most average person to be your executor. It's like you might as well have done that statistically. So I would prefer to just pick someone who has a track record of performance, who just wants to make it happen, to do it. And that's decentralized governance. It's people, because people can opt in to make that decision. Like you don't have to, like there's nothing that's like forcing you into this at all. So like by joining Poly, you would be asserting that you, with no expectations of performance, you believe in the executor to make it happen for you, and you understand the risks and benefits of that, and then that can work really efficiently and improve performance, or has the chance to improve performance. And that's like I think another cool way how we're really stretching and innovating in this realm of decentralized autonomous organizations, is that we kind of have these like not like voting on stuff, but by opting in, it's like you're signaling support for the strategy, and then that lets like it reduces complexity, it improves performance, and so kind of the same thing here, where we're kind of like this community appointed executor model that sometimes in service of decentralization, someone's just got to go and put the ball in the hoop. So that's kind of how, those are my thoughts about all that, and we'll continue to discuss that stuff and really identify the best solution, because maybe there's some balance where like there's an executor that's performing the bidding, but then there's kind of like a crowd that's kind of setting the guardrails, or like signaling what they think is like good strategy, and then the executor kind of takes it from there. So maybe there's a nice balance that we can achieve related to how that works, but we'll be working through all that stuff. Will Poly roll like the perps? No, this is gonna be one and done. So it's gonna be like Maxi. So if this is successful, like, because there's no need to like build in all this complicated stuff to make it roll forward, because what if it's not? What if people don't want it? What if people don't like it? So there's no need to introduce that complexity, especially with the strict timeline. And so this will be like Maxi, where it is a one and done thing, and then if it's a good success, then we will we'll do it what there's demand for, and if there's demand for continued bidding, then we'd probably build it to where it can be permanent, like the perpetuals, kind of how like Maxi was to the perpetuals. Great modeling explainer, thank you, man. Why do I want to join in Poly Maxi? Because you will experience more T-shares per Hedron bid by being able to compete for larger stakes than you would on your own. You'll experience 99% gas fee savings on ending your stake by spreading that end state gas cost across all Poly holders. And just like Maxi in the pools, you can cash out whenever. So those are the main benefits of joining Poly Maxi. So cool that you're doing this live. Thank you. How are you going to determine fair value threshold for each size? Well, so in the executor model, it's the executor who makes that discretion. So hopefully they have been doing a lot of analysis or on, and being aware of how the market already kind of establishes fair value for certain or for staked HEX. So because that's probably has something to do with the earnings per T share, earnings per HEX staked, Hedron bonuses. Kind of exactly how you think they would be compared amongst each other. Good morning. It's a great idea to stock opportunity. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the charts. We need a team dip catcher alert. Someone asked a really good question today, and it about just kind of like the team market so far, and so pretty cool. What's your opinion for someone who has 0 HSIs but is contemplating either buying Liquid Hedron now and buying Poly after launch? I mean, both are good. Like buying Liquid Hedron now, you're enabling us to compete for larger HSIs. But buying Poly after launch, you're creating some type of like upward momentum in the price, which is good for the shorter term people. So it's up to you, dude. Like, what's up, Dip? Can you move the camera a little more? Stage left. As it looks like you're having a sidecar. Oh, yeah. Here, I can move the camera, but my StreamYard, like I have 2 monitors, so my StreamYard window's over there. What if he called the executor a mystery box? I guess the executor could be, it is better if the executor and their strategy was and remained a mystery. So similar phenomena there. It's a good idea. It's a good idea, Hex Love. Some people are rebuying the stakes to resell back to the Icosa contract to rinse and repeat. Is there anything that we can do so some of the stakes we can get some of the Icosa well, so I don't necessarily think that whole like kind of rinse and repeat thing it has limits on just how lucrative that can be, because like it could be lucrative today before this first wave of the first year stake lockups end. So there's probably going to be more circulating supply in general in the future, as like those lockups end. And then also the if everyone's doing that and then selling into the price of Icosa, it reaches a threshold where it's not worth it to do it at all. So that that one is mainly for just like squeezing value out of the minimum, like the small stakes that aren't feasible to end. So if you want that Icosa, I mean, just buy it. Like if you think it's going up, just buy it separately. And you know, but no, this is to for holding. You know, we're gonna we want to hold these stakes till expiry. So like this is specifically for holding, you know, accumulating these stakes, accumulating these T-shares, and not just like giving them up. You know, perhaps in the future an Icosa stake pool would be, you know, something cool to build, kind of to as like a second layer to this. But no, we're keeping it simple. We're going for these stakes, and that strategy is probably just better in general for the smaller ones, I think. And that's, I mean, you know, because those are the ones where it's like it doesn't really make sense to end a lot of these small stakes. But no, so this one will be for accumulating the camera angle. My God, what's PewDiePie's camera angle? Who is PewDiePie? What's his camera angle? I know Poly's still being developed. Will there be staying for Poly? Thanks. No, probably not. Maybe like if we built, it would be similar to the staking system that would be required for Maxi. So perhaps when we roll out, or if we roll out a Maxi Diamond Hands, then Poly would probably be bundled into that. Okay, that's what I figured. But what about his camera angle? I have my camera over here, but then the monitor that I had StreamYard on over here, and then the screen that I do the work here. Would it be possible for you to write anything to safely allow people to sell cash out of their PLs? Nope, you can't do that because it's not on chain. And because, like, how could we trust, not you, but just how could you trust the seller to like actually give up their keys? It's like they generated the private keys that the addresses are related to. So, Oh, it's up, Arch Max. Who dumped team today? Had buy more ASAP before we went up. Not sure. Someone told me that it was a minter. They minted like, and then they just sold. I think for Hedron, maybe to participate in Poly. But that's kind of here. Let's get into it. Let's start. We gotta move today. Gotta make moves. Rothko says, how does the executive model get around doing this sort of work for comp pool investors? I don't know. I mean, it's volunteer, right? It's not like the pooled funds are like financing that, like that. It's just, you know. And also the main thing is that DAOs like this they're the law views them as general partnerships. It's like where everyone kind of comes with their own funds and manages their own costs and manages their own risk. So it's more like a general partnership, what falls outside of that whole system. Will Team have anything to do with Poly? Yeah, I mean, Team is a powerful growth engine, so we can. That's definitely something we'll be inventing and figuring out the best way to do to align incentives and make everyone happy. People talk about selling their pulse stack. Yeah, I mean, like that. I think that's a big cohort of the PulseChain sacrifice, just like that around the timing of when that happened. The people that are attracted to that 10,000x in 2 years pitch, like they want to hit that so fast, they want to get rich instantly, which is very good. Like, people should have that urgency. But since everyone in PulseChain has that kind of thing, like literally one time, the thing that actually made me almost certain that there's going to be like a perhaps year-long bear market at the launch. I mean, just in general, when a new coin launches, all the money that goes into the minting, it's not pushing the price up. So like that huge amount of demand is now the supply. And then, so from there, it takes like, new incoming economic energy. And so, but when I heard a woman on a Twitter space once, she's like literally in tears. She's like crying. She's like, "Oh, I'm so happy. I just can't wait to cash out my PulseChain and be rich next year." And just like here, it was almost like in that movie, what was it, The Big Short, when he goes and talks to like those Miami or like those Florida strippers who said that they have 5 homes and they're like, and he's like, "Oh my gosh." It's kind of, I had a similar feeling to that, where just like the amplified and just like aggressive, like expectation of like instant massive returns. And because there was so much participation, like much larger participation than HEX had, then, we could see even, and that guy right there talking about selling his PLS stack. There is a lot of overhead energy that must be fought through, but that's good, right? It's like you put in your initial allocation in something when it's at like the highest risk possible, like at launch is the highest risk time ever. And then you put on your follow on, hopefully at a better price, because as it's launched, everything goes smooth, risk gets alleviated. And so from there, it's like you could have even higher reward potential than your initial one and reduced risk. So I think that with Pulse, much like kind of what we're experiencing now in Team, just like that initial wave of demand in the minting, and then kind of just like cooled off as people just like, whether they need money or want to invest in something else, that can kind of reduce the price. And then also at the same time, the risk is reduced. And then there's kind of that opportunity there. So very similar phenomena that you see across all markets. Sold for Hedron. Yeah, I mean, they're probably to do Poly. Like, so you thank them for their service. Ouch, people really thought it'd be out so soon. I was fooled in May. I mean, yeah, why do you think the Maxi mint was only 14 days? And why do you think that Maxi wasn't a perpetual? It's just a one and done. Yeah. Cheaper price. Why do you think there wasn't a team concept with Maxi? Cheaper prices for the ones who have a long-term mindset. Yeah, and that's what you want to give cheaper prices too, right? Yeah, it's pretty impressive. When did you leave your job, and what was your, like, how much cash did you have on hand, and what price did you need to like HEX to keep? I'm really interested in hearing this. And did you expect PulseChain to be able to make it so you didn't have to, or is you going back to work totally unrelated to all the stuff? I'm really interested, poor man. Not calling you a poor man. That's literally his name for the listeners. Poor man's investing. Makes sense. All right. Well, so while he's letting us know, let's take a look at the charts. So pretty, wow, look at that. So definitely like a red day across all the pools. I mean, everything in general. So usually that means what it does is HEX going up right now, because sometimes there's sell-offs when HEX USDC. Yeah. So I mean, sometimes just when the HEX price is going up, that's when you see people selling, because a lot of people are looking at the value. I look at the value of all the pools in HEX, but a lot of people, they look at the pools in USD. So as the HEX price goes up, the USD price is going up, and so people that are looking for pumps to sell into, they sell. And so let's take a look at this. So Maxi is experiencing a pretty aggressive sell-off, 15% down on over the last 3 days. We're putting us just kind of at the level that it retraced to after its first move up, where it wicked up to 2.65. So retesting this kind of bottom range, which it's kind of done historically. Like after this first move up, it had retested this lower range twice, like right there and right there, and then kind of getting yoinked back up. And then even again, it retested it with a big sell-off here. And then, so it's kind of in this channel like this, probably some cool off with the team minting put a lot of pressure on the Maxi supply. And so there was that, so people that kind of are, kind of on to the next narrative, I guess, team minting ended. That was a big narrative driver for Maxi. And so just kind of like the reset from that. We're also just in general retesting these levels here against where price had hit this high, and then it broke through, and then it retested it from above once, and now it's retesting again. So we'll see how the new buyers step in at this, like, those are like the key areas that you look at, like times where price had hit it, especially numerous times before from the other side. Then you want to see how it reacts as it hits from above. So yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing unfold in Maxi. And so the net asset value right now in Maxi is something like 1.15. So relative to the net asset value, let's see. So relative to the net asset value of like 1.15, it's a like 76% premium to the net asset value, 100% from versus HEX from the mint phase. So yeah, I mean, it's down from the highs, but now it's at levels that felt euphoric a few weeks ago. Yeah, that is crypto. So this right here, let's see, this is the Desi chart. Desi is experiencing kind of what I thought and what I talked about a lot about, is that how like there was so much participation in Desi, and literally, I mean, that's kind of a common theme that I was even describing what I was saying with like with PulseChain. Like if everyone thinks they're going to get rich quick, then very few people get rich quick. And so Desi had what, like, I'm looking at it right here. Desi had like 8 times as much participation as Lucky. And so there's 8 times as much saleable supply. And also the people that were minting Desi were mainly looking for this. They want the Maxi chart to just run it back. And since so many people were thinking that same bullish strategy, it dampens the effect of that move. And so also, I mean, again, we're only how many days since the mint started? The 27th. So and it did instantly price in a couple months of yield already in just a couple days. And let's look at the equivalent on the Maxi chart. Wow, actually, you know what? It's literally painting. I didn't even look at this. It's literally painting an identical chart. See that? Where it moved from 1 to, this one did 1.23, this one did 1.16, and then retraced to like 1.08, and this one's down 1.07. So we're actually seeing almost an identical to-date chart, and that was how many days in? 6 days in. We are about 5 days in. Wow, guys, that's really interesting. I hadn't noticed that yet. We have almost an identical first week of Desi to Maxi, almost to the T. So so who knows how, it really comes down to like what this next move up is, and how do the sellers react. What's awesome is that, and I feel vindicated for my J plush 369 bias. My bias towards Lucky is right now commanding the highest premium to launch of all the pools, other than Maxi, of course. But Desi is only at 7, Lucky's at 9, Trio's at 4, and Base is just above 1. So looks like my bias, I have been vindicated on my bias. This conversation was funny. I was like, is it wrong for me to promote my irrational bias towards Lucky because I love the name and logo, or should I be neutral across pools? And then Jay's like, what bias? And here I am like, if I had any liquid hex, I'd pledge it for Lucky. Let's go Lucky. There will be something magical about Lucky. I can feel it. I love Lucky. I love Lucky and I want to see it thrive. Testnet Lucky stake just successfully ended. I haven't staked solo since pre-big payday. I'm quite lucky. Retweet if Lucky is your favorite perpetual. So like, I was, always a big fan of Lucky. Makes me happy to see Lucky thrive. 9% premium to the net asset value. It's an awesome sweet spot of just having such a lower supply, but still a really high APY. So Lucky is, and the percent of the total, because it's like twice as much. There's 8 times as much Desi than there is Lucky, but there's only twice as much diamond-handed Desi as Lucky. So the percent of the whole Lucky supply that is diamond-handed is, what is that? So 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. So like 20% of the Lucky supply is diamond-handed, whereas what is that? Only like 5% of the Desi supply is diamond-handed. So let's go Lucky. Let's go Lucky. So yeah, and then Trio, just kind of doing, they're all, everything but Lucky's kind of experiencing a sell-off today. And then with Hex Base, it's kind of literally, this is like answering a lot of key questions that I had about what happens with Hex Base. Because the stake started on the 27th, we saw it basically yield up to like 3.5%, and now it's just kind of ranging here. Let's see here. This one's short enough to where we can actually, let's draw a line out here on this chart. So we think it's probably going to earn about, let's say like 12%. I don't know, let's just do 11%. It's better to be conservative here by next October. So that would put us at, Okay, let's draw a horizontal line here at like 1.1. Let's do 1.13. And then let's do a horizontal line at 1. Okay, whatever, that's close enough. And then we have a array that starts on, okay, so the stake started what day? It was like the 27th, the 26th going to the 27th, so that's fine right there. And then up to October, yeah, so the stake ends like, yeah, right around here. So this orange line is the net asset value of base. So let's draw a vertical line here. So this is the net asset value line approximate. And so what the big question is, what happens now? Does it instantly price in? Like, does it just like yoink up there? Something like, and then just oscillate around this? Something like that? Does it oscillate on these lower, just like all the way up, all the way down? Does it stay flat and then just yoink up towards the end? Or does it do something kind of in the middle where it's like, so a whole lot of stuff can happen. And that's what we are here to watch unfold. So very, very exciting stuff. And then Team Maxi. So we're actually in a pretty, our first, aggressive sell-off today, or was that yesterday? No? Okay, this is on the 4-hour chart. So yeah, today is an aggressive sell-off day. One, probably because this is the Team Maxi chart. And so if you're looking at the Team USD chart, since Maxi had a big sell-off, perhaps there was just some panic selling, which is actually amazing because I hadn't considered the panic selling just right out the gate. But let's pull up our handy dandy team cycle chart. So this, we're like right here, obviously this is kind of, the spacing isn't to scale, but like right now, this isn't stakers from last period or our end staking and selling team. What this is like speculators from the mint phase are simply just selling their team. At the same time, since the next staking period doesn't start for almost a year, team buyers are less urgent because the next deadline to stake is in a year. And then price goes down as a result. And then team panic sellers early in stake. And I think Mr. E actually talking about Mr. E was actually talking about this, where we had someone.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
We had a 1.75 million team early end stake burning 65,000 team that started dumping and selling. So and they bought Hedron with it. So maybe there's just someone who's in team that wants to be in the poly pool. So or someone maybe trading the like effect of the poly pool. So yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing there, and you can also see it on. Let's see, did he post it? Let's see. Let's check out their portfolio. Okay, well, let's just go to Maximus -portfolio and build that app. Let's see, we can see the team early on stakers here. Okay, this needs to refresh. So that should show up there next time. This refreshes like every couple hours. Yeah, so good news for team sellers. Bad news for people that were just hoping to sell into a quick pump. But that's, it's kind of the whole point. Like, we're here talking about like, oh, what are the earnings going to be years 7, 8, 9, 10 due to the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 due to the Maxi rebates, and then Lucky and 7 years of base being able to build up, 2 cycles of Trio being able to build up, and then starting to price in the earnings of Desi, which are going to be massive. So, it's actually kind of like a really good thing. Like, this is like of the natural order. Like, people that want to get rich quick and expect an instant, immediate pump, they are faced with disappointment, and then they're forced to sell. So, longer pays better, absolutely. And then also being there to catch dips from the people that have short time frames. That's another awesome way to build yourself up. So I guess other quick updates here. So this is the analysis that we did on the Icosa stakes. Actually, before that, because that'll lead into what we're doing. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about the gas stake calculator. So last night, I was like just practicing. There's some new techniques and new tools that I'm just always trying to practice and just become better at. And so I built this end state gas calculator to just kind of where you can just like toggle the lengths and the gas unit prices, and then the ETH price, and then you can see what the resulting gas cost is as these change. So this was pretty cool. Also, what I like a lot is that I have this historical gas price right here. So you can, when you're planning it out, like, so say you're planning out your your 7-year stakes. 7 is like 2.5. So say you're planning, like, you have a stake ending right around Lucky, and you're trying, or maybe you're the person that's trying to plan out, where you want to be the one that pays the gas. So kind of what we see is that, like, and I didn't show, so I hid the prior data. Maybe I should just include the data, but like each bull cycle, that's when you see these big waves of gas fees. And so, like, and each like bull cycle gets bigger than the last. So the prior one, which wasn't even shown here, it's like there was big gas. Then there's this one, where when you just kind of look at this blue here, let's zoom in so you guys can see closely. Like this like gas unit price. So in Gwei, this is like what you see on Etherscan when it shows you the price. Like, think about this for a couple. So for a couple days, the average gas price stayed above 200 at these times of peak use. So what does the maximum price need to be for the average to be as high as, minimum of 200 and maximum of 445 during that time? That's massive. Like that's when you see like 1,000 Gwei on your thing, because these are the average ones. So this means that the average performing transactor in these days is getting this price. That means that half of the volume is at a higher price and half is at a lower price. So hopefully that means that you can get in at a lower price than this average, but the average of you all is going to be around the average. So it's helpful to kind of track this, because right now we're due to the mainly like the NFT and DeFi bear market. Right now we're experiencing like the average is under 20. No, it's quite low, but at other times of the cycle, the average for days at a time is above 120. And so it can kind of lets you plan So say okay, so I think that it's going to be a bull market when this is ending. Last bull market during this week, which was, or just in general, last bull market, it basically stayed above 120 for most of the time, at least in 2020. And then again here, it's kind of stayed above 100, 120, got low for a little bit, but say, okay, last bull market, the average was say 110. Let's say we could probably get transactions done for 110 GWay for that length. And then what do you think the ETH price is going to be next bull cycle? Okay, so maybe what it means to be in a bull cycle is that the ETH price is, say 50% above prior all-time high. So prior all-time high was 5,000. So maybe that means that it's going to be 7,000, 7,500. Say that's like a signal of a next bull market is that the ETH price is higher too, above all-time highs in 7 years. So that would be like a 4x from here. So the cost for ending this stake would be $4,875. And so that means that the HEX earnings should be at least a lot larger than that. And so if the daily payout for T-share is 6.022 or 6.1 right now, times 2,555, so one T-share of HEX is going to get you 15,000 HEX, and the current price is 0.032. Perhaps this also means that at the next bear market, maybe that HEX is $1. So $1,500 a T-share for that, so $1,500 per T-share in that setting. And then what does that mean? That the principal that you have is probably, so to get that amount of T-shares, it's like 1.5. So like 24,000 divided by 1.5. So that means you need about 10,000 principal. So each T-share starts with 10,000 HEX and then gets 1558 HEX per T-share, right? 6.1 day times daily payout per T-share. Oh, again, the price. So then that HEX gets so that 10,000 HEX stake earns 15,000 in yield. So the total value of that is 25,585. Okay, so plus 10,000. And then, so that's the total value. And then now, if we think next bull market, maybe that means that the HEX price, this would be like an aggressive scenario, but say the HEX price is at $1, so just times 0.1. So the end stake of that, now would be a very aggressive bull market. So like that's hopium for sure. So for that $25,000 value, your the gas cost with this would be 5,000 of that, and so 5,123 divided by that. So that's about 20%. So that means that like just about a year of your yield was wasted on gas, is roughly what that means. So, that's the impact. But also, I mean, what if it's not at $1 per thing? What if the price is only like halfway back to our all-time highs, so like about 25 cents? In that case, that same gas cost is now 35% of the total value of the stake. What if the price during that bull run, what if we're decorrelated and we experience the bull run before that happens, but then by the time your stake ends, ETH price is high, ETH gas prices are high, but HEX may be low. Maybe it hit 3 years before then, it had hit the all-time, like a new all-time high, and then maybe now it's like literally like yoinked back down to like say 0.1. then just that gas fee could be half of the value of the stake. And in that case, it's like, you might as well just not, you would have wished you staked for 3 years because that's when the bull market happened. So it's very hard to predict what the hex, and that's probably what I'll add to this next, is like a hex price thing, like a hex price measured in ETH. And just because that's like the other component of like what makes a stake feasible to end. But like, regardless, like, I don't want to be, even if the price is high, say at all-time highs of 0.5, I don't want to spend 28% of the value of my stake to end it, like per T share. Like, that's horrible. So yeah, that's the importance there, and that's what you can see with this tool, and you can find it at endstakegas.anvil.app. And so the other bit of analysis that we did on Friday was awesome. We did a stream with, where we were just discussing the just like Icosa versus Maximus, treating Icosa like a stake pool, where unlike the perpetuals, which pooled HEX to create a handful of stakes, they pooled individual stakes themselves. So the Icosa system, and this is over the course of 15 years. The Icosa system, at the time that I recorded the data on Friday, has 5,778 existing stakes. The perpetuals, currently they're 4, but since there's going to be, over the course of 15 years, there's 15 base, 5 trio, 2 lucky, and 1 Desi. That adds up to 21 total stakes over the course of that time. And so, it's a big difference there in terms of number of stakes that need to be or can be ended from these two different stake pooling solutions. The Icosa has 60,000 T shares coming up for auction. The perpetuals have 90,000 T shares, which are basically perpetually at auction because they're always traded. The total ecosystem as of Friday had 477 million hex staked in the HSIs, and then perpetuals had 811 hex staked. This was the shocking number here. The gas units required to end all of the stakes for perpetuals, that is 41 million units of gas. That is the capacity of about 1.1 blocks or 1.3 blocks. The Ethereum blocks can hold 30 million units of gas. But compared to the amount of gas consumed by the Icosa one, it's actually 1,700 times larger. So that's pretty crazy. It's 1,700 times larger over 10% less users, or less, participants that contributed to the pool. So huge difference there. And that's really what we're solving with Poly, is that whole problem. And then here are the stats. Pretty interesting. Alex made a good insight that like the Icosa kind of pitch and was generally catered more towards the largest holders. But what's actually interesting is that, like, well, and he was comparing that to Maxi, which Maxi had 5,300 unique participants who contributed just under 300 million hex. So in this case, there's a big demographic shift in the perpetual pools to Maxi, where we had, what would that be, like 30% less users, but almost 3 times as much hex. So huge demographic shift in the in this, and that was, I think, surprising to Alex, because he had said that Icosa was really catered towards the larger holders, and that's kind of who they're kind of targeting more. But the average perpetual pool minter was larger than the average person here, and that can be swayed by, like, the average can be swayed by the because in Icosa there were a lot of people that were doing a lot of small ones. Like, one guy did like 200 individual tiny stakes to Icosa. Like, he sat there and paid the gas to do it So you basically he made the HSI, tokenized the HSI, and then ran the buyback function like 3 times, like hundreds of times. And so that can definitely drive the mean down. You're seeing that the most common one is 10,000. And median so the average for 242,000 and the median was 30,000. So, and then these are the Icosa stakes. So this is where we're starting to build a list of targets for the Poly auctions. We have, let's see. Let's let this pull up. So here's some big ones. Like I kind of mainly only care about the ones above like maybe 500 T-shares. Perhaps there's others that may be more advantageous to get. But I don't know, I'm going for more T-shares, but also maybe ones that are like, let's look for some old ones. So 834, this one may have high Hedron bonuses that can factor into, because when did Hedron launch? 825, yeah, that's an old one. Yeah, so the older ones to get bonuses, like those could be reasons to kind of bid down, but at least all the large ones, let's see. So maybe this one, this is a nice one that we want. Oh yeah, look at that. 6 million hex, pretty aged, meaning they got in on bonuses. This may have a 10x Hedron bonus. 5th largest by T-shares. Nice sweet spot of, yeah, oh yeah. So maybe that's a high target right there. If you're also looking at this, it's tough to be the same size as the pool. You're almost forced to join the pool. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, so this is really interesting to look at all this information about it. I'll try to package this up into something that people can make use of, especially as we go on towards the cycle of planning the strategy around this stuff. Damn it. Oh wow, let's see. Where can you read about Poly? Look on my Twitter. Just look on Twitter, Tantanomai. There's a Notion doc that's called like Poly Maximus. I think I posted on Friday afternoon. Poor man says about 50K in assets, not crypto. Had a lot of unexpected expenses come up. Hex at 20 cents would have been comfortable. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the reality of it. All prices are going up, so it really amplifies those emergencies. How does Poly? We should talk about that. Why is Hex dropping so low on ETH abandonment? I mean, just like when that first wave of people buy it up, it's like that, and that's like a main source of demand. Then that's countered by the people that were just doing like a wait and see approach to it, who maybe weren't in such a rush to take on, to lever up the risk by like going and speculating on like a brand new chain. So then those people who generally have more hex to start with, it's like nothing to them to just like nuke the price. And people who had like who were like trading the swing, like trading that momentum, it's like if the momentum is slowed down a little bit, then it's like they're now selling because their trade's done. So I don't even know what it is on ETHW. I mean, look, I until you brought it up, I hadn't really thought about Hex on ETHW. Is this what you're talking about? Is this the right chart? So, I mean, just from that wick up, who knows how sustainable that wick was. It's down 83%. At least here, let's look at HEX wrapped ETH, because that'll probably be a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, basically it's just giving back all its gains. It's probably like, you know, the reality of, and you can kind of see just based on the demographics of who was really into it and who wasn't. Like, I was like into it, and we added support quickly just because like I love when people lever up the risk and try to seize opportunity. Like, I love that. And I love the proof of work. I love proof of work. But it's not like I was in a terrible rush to like go. But I think a lot of the larger HEX holders who are kind of against it all and like warning people against it and telling people to be careful. It's like they have way more HEX than the people that were pushing the price up, and so they got their copies too, and they can just go and just like dump the price. So now it'll be interesting to see like all the people. I know our friend Hexlove feels like he missed out on the ETH POW stuff, but now it's like basically at the level it started at. So if you still feel the same way that you did before, then perhaps it's a good time for you. Yeah, I mean, literally from the time the chain launched, it went up 12,000%. And then now it's down 85%. But I don't know. I don't like going like wick to wick. I like going to like where people actually were buying and selling. I mean, people were definitely buying here, but let's just increase that a little bit. And then let's like right there is probably like, so, okay. So realistically, it went up like 20x. And then from that same level, I mean, still down like 84%. So yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the cycle. Like, it's literally point blank, just market cycles at work. A lot of buyers, a lot of excitements, then a lot of sellers, a lot of fear. It's been happening since the beginning of time. You think Hedron fanboys saw you now stream, got a little butthurt, and tried dumping their Maxi team? No, I mean, I think probably people that are into it that did both, because there's a huge overlap between the two audiences. It's like maybe they wanted the Poly thing. Maybe they think that there's big opportunity there, and also, I mean, what I do notice is that there's like a lot of people that just like degenerately swap in and out of things. It's almost like they like regret making a trade and they undo it, or they're just like constantly like hopping from thing to thing, and then you look at their token balances and it's like they're just like spinning their wheels. They're not gaining anything. Like it's like they're slowly bleeding out. So I think there's just like a lot of like, maybe that's like desperation, like people that are down big from the all-time highs that just like want to make it all back, and so they're like, their anxiety is just amplified, and so they're like much quicker to be just actively trading. Which is funny because like I know that because I used to feel that. Like, that was the story of my life probably all of 2018 and 2019. Like, it was bad and really bad performance. Luckily, HEX kind of switched that whole script on, because then I went from, and even during like, you know, HEX's time, not so much trading HEX because I was staked, but just like in other DeFi stuff, a whole lot of trading. Some stuff which was kind of luck, but I'm also just like being in the right place, the right time during the right hype cycles that performed well. But just like kind of a lot of degenerate trading like that. But then it's like I feel like the less I trade, the better I perform. And now it's like it can go weeks or months at a time without even, where I don't even, you know, even think about my positions. So I think a lot of it's just people just trading kind of just like, because more for like the entertainment value, or because it like gives them something to do. and maybe amplified by some like anxiety about money. Every time I DCA into HEX, I save 20% to swap for Maxi. Every nice tip I see, gotta do similar for perps. Yeah, oh yeah. Congrats on your coins, awesome products. Thank you so much. Good strategy. Buy liquid HEX and save for dips. The professional that use base to reload for next year. Oh yeah, base is like the perfect one to like wait for reload. Mystery. Lucky. I'll have to look at the lucky Desi pool more. Yeah, I mean, it's probably tracking pretty well. I'm thinking move my ETH ETF. I really don't like ETH. ETF's underrated. Yeah, man, your choice. Hex and Rest says, have you guys seen Catch and Superman in the same room? Just saying. I haven't. Powerful use of Yoink the stream. Yoink gang. Yoink yoink. Hex and Rest says, I'm a poor man. Too many decks on ETH. Uniswap is primary ETF. Haven't had any problem on ETF. Issues with ETH just feel smoother. The RSC team is valued just as much as Maxi with dividends till end times. Yeah. And it'll really pick up as the pools grow and as, you know, like what if we have like a killer incentive structure for team and then this is like a high performing one. Superman shielded the copycats back in the day, got a bunch of people wrecked, came back pretending it never happened, not cool. Yeah, I mean, people take chances, putting themselves out there, trying to teach people stuff, and, you know, I don't care. Like, why do you care? Who cares? Who cares? Everyone's taking risk. You take your own risk. He didn't get a bunch of people wrecked, people that invested in those things on their own accord got wrecked. You can't blame him. They have a main wallet with 113 billion Hedron in it. Who does? Oh, that person. What's 100 billion Hedron worth? Well, that person just sold or bought 70,000 USDC. Did Poly just maintain the Hedron higher highs? Nice. So what, 100 million would be like 75 times 5, so 250 plus 100, 25. So 375. Wow, $375,000. It's pretty good. Pretty good. How about Underdog? Why don't you guys finish up PulseChain instead of RH's devs? I don't know. I've never been asked. Also, that's way outside the scope of what I know about and am really good at. So I don't know how much help I think the help I could be is I would just go and tell them to just cut features. Just be like, we don't need faster blocks. We don't need bigger blocks. We don't need maybe we might need validator rotation innovation. Maybe. If anything, that's probably the best thing to do, because you have to like be able to tolerate the different reality of PulseChain validation versus Ethereum validation. The only thing I would just focus on would be the just like, you know, implementing the sacrifices and like the deflationary supply from fee burning, and then also double down on PulseX. Like PulseChain should really just be the means for PulseX. Like that's the secret sauce of it all is PulseX. The cross-chain markets, like by far, like the scaling stuff doesn't matter. That's not the valuable activity. So that's what so if they brought me in to consult, I'd just be like, do we need the scalability right now? Like how can we benefit from not being faster? Like, is there a way to make the block slower and smaller and use that as an advantage? Like I'd be prompting in that direction, but they'd probably be like, get the fuck out. Like, what's that meme? It'd be like this. Like Richard, like, we need PulseChain to get out, and then this guy's like, we need to do, and I'd literally just like type some crazy like techno babble bullshit like about something. We need to change the programming language to this and that and this and that. This friend's like, we need faster blocks, cheaper, and I'd be like, slow down the blocks, cut their size in half. That would literally be it. That's the reality. Cool calculator, really helpful. Somebody in coffee chat said 2 address. Yeah, I mean, probably. Wearing all shades today in honor of our bright future. Here, I'll join you. Just won't get no copy of PulseChain. What do you think can happen with the ETF and Pulse launch? I don't know. Maybe it just competes with it. See, I'm not not really worried about like ETH and ETH POW PulseChain competitors, but I am very worried about a proof of stake Ethereum system state fork competing with PulseChain. Like, what if someone just launched PulseChain, like with the change in the supply issuance that PulseChain has, and the focus on a cross-chain market with the system state copy? What if someone rolls that out on proof of work or on proof of stake? Like, literally copy of Ethereum as is, and then rolling that out. Like, what if that's really what I'm concerned with, to be honest. But not concerned with, because low prices are good, and I don't feel overextended by my sacrifice at all. Like, if anything, I had regret I didn't sacrifice more, but now I don't feel that at all anymore. But for a while, I felt that I'd undersacked. But that's just like how it feels like when people are sacrificing at 36 times the price, or like that initial rate. Then you feel, oh wow, there's a lot of demand. But then now that people are like, how do I sell my Pulse sack? Or like people crying about how they can't wait to be rich and cash out when PulseChain launches. Like those things like that make me feel very comfortable with my sacrifice. Vitalik really did us dirty, didn't he? Thank you, Charles. Well, he didn't do us dirty. Like, it's just what he did was actually good. The more I actually learned about, let's see, let's go to my Tonto here. Let's just go to my profile. The more I learn about it, it's actually like really smart, and it makes me worried that PulseChain is going in the opposite direction of this type of development sequence. So someone said this, they're like, so this calculator is true as of today, but 15 years in the future, impossible to say. Sharding may fix all these problems. It may cost $1 to end stake. But I was like, keep in mind that as they scale up capacity through things like sharding, they need to keep cost of denial of service attacks high to prevent misuse. For example, the Berlin fork increased block size from 12 million to 3 million units of gas. So the block size is increased by, 30 over 12, 2.5. Likewise, the S-load cost for writing to the chain increased by 21 over 8 by literally 2.6. So they increased the capacity of the network. Like sharding increases the capacity of the network. So they increase the capacity and they increase the cost. So like the relative gas cost to write to to read and write from memory with S-load, which is like a common opcode used in many contracts, also grew. So I don't believe at all, actually, that that scaling up things like solves gas. And two, like, there's a reason they do this. It's like there's a reason they don't just increase the because here like the gas limit before the fork was 12.49 million. The gas right after the fork was 30 when EIP 2929 put in, and on the same day as when our HEX stakes became 2.6 times as expensive to end. So that's you know, there's a reason why they did that, and it wasn't just to raise your fee. It's because if you increase the capacity, now that decreases the like minimum feasible transaction, and so that makes it more affordable to run denial of service attacks. Like when you read the EIP 2929 thing, the whole premise of it is that in this motivation section, in the 2016 Shanghai DOS attack, once the most serious client bugs are fixed, one of the more durably successful strategies used by attackers was to simply send transactions that access or call a large number of accounts. So, like you kind of have to keep the cost. There has to be some minimum cost, and so that's why I'm not necessarily like certain that just like increasing capacity is a solution, because if increased capacity now makes it so that it's cheaper to run denial of service attacks, and then that just like basically increases the price floor, then it's like that capacity didn't keep the fees low. So and I don't think he did this dirty. It's like, you know, you gotta make strategic decisions around these things if you want them to be permanent. And so you know, that's kind of how it's paid for. Like logging information to a permanent, immutable, censorship resistant blockchain, that's not a right, that's a privilege, and you can't just like give it away as a right. You know, it's got to be, it's paid for in one way or another, always. Sloth in the building, we'll be talking soon. So much time on everything. Busiest bear market ever. Yeah, this is not like what the last bear market was. True busy F. ETH hex and ETH hex should cost the same. I mean, it just comes down to supply and demand. So hey, Sandy. Light Stout in the building. When we get the dashboards of pretzels, hopefully soon. Support pleb looking to make it on Poly Maxi. Are there Maximus pools on ETH? Yeah, I think so. I don't really care though. So we got to focus on the real stuff, which is Poly. Yeah, possible. Just plug we join Sloth pay group. Yeah, do it. Good information. What do the people in these paid groups think about all our stuff? I wonder. You should ask. All right, you guys, we got to get working. It's an hour and a half in, and we need to be coding, not talking about the same stuff. But it's important. People are asking, and there's always new audience members in here, so we have to cater to them. So today, what we're going to be doing is we are going to set this up, get our low-hanging fruit done, and minting and redemption, and then we are going to interact with the Hedron contract. So let's just do it. Let's just go ham. We're just going to make it happen right here. So open. So here, let's do this. Let's close all this shit. We don't need that. 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 We don't need any of this stuff at all. We don't need these. Don't need that. We need that, and open Zeppelin Wizard. Okay, so token Poly Maximus, Poly burnable. Actually, no, we don't need this to be burnable. Actually, yeah, we do. No access control because it's not going to be. So now what we do is we just copy that to clipboard. It's our starting point. And then we go to contracts, new contract. You guys can see my screen, right? Yeah. New contract. So Poly Maximus Sol. It's in here. Oh. Okay. So now let's pull this up. So just as like a reference, we're just going to pull up our own contracts here for Maxi, because we're basically copying a lot that has to do with Maxi. So let's just go to contract. We're going to go down to constructor. Yep. Okay, so we know we're gonna have a minting phase start, minting phase end, stake start, stake end. Here, let's just literally, we're gonna copy these and then we're gonna talk through what stuff we actually need. Okay. So contract. So we definitely need minting phase start, minting phase end. We need stake start and stake end day. These aren't used actually because they're, here, I'm gonna make this public. Unit 256 stake length. So we don't need, I think, here, you know, we'll come back to all that stuff later. We don't, there's going to be something like last stake end or something. And that'll be like the end day of the longest, like the last HSI to end or something. Hex redemption rate, yes. Redeemable per poly per poly. Not has stake started, has stake ended, has Hedron minted, no. So here, and then rather than end stakers, what we're probably going to have is a mapping of, let's see how we've done. So it's like string to uint to address and stakers. So that's probably what, and that'll be the addresses of the users to end HSI stakes on Poly communities. We have structure Maximus. Okay, so what needs to happen at the start? Well, let's look at our, okay, so start day. So we need to start these minting phase. Okay, so we need start day. Okay, let's do that, and then also here, let's do this. Let's find our hex token. There we go. So we'll start with this one because that's all we need for now. So let's do this. So we now have current day. We'll probably add more functions in here as we go, but now we also need, let's find hex token. Here, I don't like the naming convention. I'm gonna call this hex contract. Hex contract equals hex contract of hex address. Well, okay, so these right here are initialize. Here, I think here. I'm gonna Google something. So Solidity interface versus contract. They cannot include implemented functions. What does that mean? Okay, well, we can explore that later, but I think this is good now. Okay, so this is now hex contract. Structure uint 256 mint duration. So that's how we'll pass in to know how many days it'll be. Okay, so let's just in here. I think that's all we need to get started on minting. So we're gonna make a function called mint poly, and going to be unit 256 amount. So it's probably going to have something like an external. Also, so here, let's do this. This is always helpful. Mint 256 amount. Let's make a private function that wraps our already private function mint count amount, where account is message.sender. Okay, so this is just like a help, so I don't even really need this to be like on its own. Let's just make that one line just to get it out of the way. So to mint Poly, so first thing that we're going to do is we need to require, what do we need to require? That the HEX contract current day is less than or equal to minting phase So we require that it's still minting phase is not ongoing. Okay, so let's, what else do we need to know? We need that, we actually don't need to do the external. Okay, so and then we need to do Hedron contract.transfer from the user to Poly. Address, this is always the Poly address, and then the amount is going to be amount. Actually, you know what we have to do? We are going to do, we need to import IERC20. Where can we find that? I think one of our other contracts. You can. So yeah, here we go. Contracts. Yeah. Let's just import all this stuff. So we're gonna need that. So we have that. Beatles, let's say ERC20. Oh, we already have burnable, safe math, and reentrancy guard. Okay. So now, why don't we just say IERC20 of Hedron address dot transfer from. There we go. Just like that. So we transfer from the user to the contract address that amount, and then we say mint amount. And then let's see, what else might we need? I'm looking at our, yeah, that's literally it. So we make sure that the minting phase must still be ongoing to mint. Poly. Transfer from sender to this, the amount, mint the amount. Okay. Why don't we emit an event? So events, event, mint. And so address, enter. Let's see. I think I need to solidity events. This is just helpful to just have a little example. So event, mint, address, indexed, enter, uint 256, indexed, amount. I guess that's it. That's all I need. These are commas in between. I like consolidating them on one line if we can, if it just is easier to see. So then we're going to emit an event, emit, mint. And that is, this is that sender. All right, so minting is done. Let's add another, what other event? We're gonna have redeem, an address, indexed, redeemer. Here, you know what? Just to make this easier, we're gonna make these the same name. So user and amount, user, uint 256 amount. We don't need text. We're looking at by amounts probably. Okay, so function redeem poly 256 amount external so we're going to require that say is redemption active redemption can only happen at the beginning or end. So for now, what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that just like if you redeem, or the redeeming only happens at the end of the whole thing. So we need to make this so bool public is redemption active. Starts as false, but then we do need to set is redemption active equals true. In this point in time, Okay, that'll go away. Okay, so so basically what we need to do is say that redeemable hex equals, so here, unit 256. Redeemable hex is going to be hex, so IERC20 hex address dot balance of message dot, or no, address this. No, it's the balance of the message sender. Okay, no, so here we don't we need the amount of poly they have. So poly, which is so balance of message dot sender. So redeemable amount. So amount times the hex redemption rate. And then divided by, let's do this. I always wish that I had done this. We're just going to make a variable up here, and we're going to call it div scalar 256 div scalar equals 10 to the 8 divided by div scalar. That's just like the scalar we used when dividing. So redeemable hex is the balance of the sender times the redemption rate divided by that scalar. Okay, so that's the redeemable hex. So now we need to do the same. Unit 256 redeemable Hedron equals balance of message.sender times Hedron redemption rate divided by div scalar. Okay. And then now we're going to burn mount, and we are going to so IERC20 hex address dot transfer, so that's what we used to the message dot sender, the redeemable hex. And then likewise, we're going to do the same, but for the Hedron address. That transfer to the sender, redeemable hex, and then redeemable Hedron. Okay. And then, yeah, so what we need to do is we need to say we're going to emit an event. Theme as message.sender. And then also let's do, we're going to add, so redeemable hex, redeemable Hedron. So let's add these to the event. Hedron, hex redeemed. Hedron redeemed. Okay. All right, guys. So that's the whole minting and redemption sequence. I'm trying to see here if there's anything we need. Get the transfers. Okay. So now let's look at our little Notion doc. We got the minting done, 1 Hedron per poly, redemption, set. We did the sending, so now we need the thing to set the redemption rate. So let's do that. Calculate redemption rate, unit 256. See how we do in this other one. Okay, so it's going to be balance. So the variables in this is going to be unit 256 balance and unit 256 supply. This is going to be public view turns unit 256 redemption. Let's see if we do need this. So unit okay. Okay, so we basically do the same thing there. So we basically do so return. So unit 256 scaled redemption rate. Basically, what we have to do is we have to have a scaled rate because of how the division works. So scaled redemption rate equals balance times scalar divided by supply. And we return scaled redemption rate. Okay. Let's make a function called set redemption rates. I think we should do for both. Here's what we'll do. Set redemption rate and then make it take in an address. And then that's going to be token address. It's going to be private. Turns unit 256 redemption rate. Okay, so to set the redemption rate, let's see, we do something like actually no, we'll do we're doing both at the same time. Actually here, so if token address equals hex address, do this. If If token address equals Hedron address, and this. So that means, basically it means we're setting hex redemption rate equals calculate redemption rate, where we pass in what's the balance is going to be address, so IERC20 hex address balance of address this, and then the supply is going to be total supply, right? Yeah. Hedron redemption rate equals calculate redemption rate. Just copy this and swap them out. Okay, so that sets those. You don't need to return anything actually, because we're just setting them. Okay. This is called div scaler, not scalar. Div scaler. Okay. So now let's oh wow, you guys! I just had an amazing idea that we're probably gonna do. So we could start testing this. No, let's just keep going. We'll keep going. Okay, we got some of our infrastructure here for that. Now, what do we need? Let's work on the Hedron integration. So here, we've knocked out set redemption rate for all supported tokens. So to show how much progress we've made, why don't we go to our little thing? So far, come on. Yep, there we go. So we've done that, minting and redemption. And then now let's do the Hedron contract thing right here. So why don't we do some planning. Actually, no planning. We just write fucking code. So let's just start writing functions. So function, what do we want to do? Probably like a core premise is get HSI data, get HSI, and then so it's going to be public view. Oh, it's something we need to add to these. Add some reentrancy protection. This is like the most important part of everything. Reentrancy guard. So let's paste that. Poly Maximus is ERC20, ERC20 burnable, and reentrancy guard. Constructor, after ERC20, we're going to pass in this thing, reentrancy guard. And then we need to tag our functions as non-reentrant. So this function is non-reentrant. All the external functions need to be non-reentrant. Okay. Plug view return. I don't know what's going to return. We'll come back to that. Okay, so first what we have to do, let's just go through the Hedron contract and let's identify all the functions that we think we're going to use. Hedron Pro. Actually, here, let's go to Etherscan. We'll be on Etherscan. Okay, well, first let's just read the functions. Okay, I'm gonna write these down. Okay, so what things are we going to need to pull in? Probably something like current day, daily data. Let's see. I mean, let's just see what daily data list is. So current day is 219. So let's say 219. Okay, so I don't think we need that stuff. Decimals. It's not yet. Liquidation. So we're still 29 liquidations have started. There's an active one right now. And offset. Okay. So we know we're going to need liquidation lists, which we already got here. No, so let's find liquidation list. Right here, we're going to make a list of these. So current day liquidation list. Then I think share list. I think, okay, let's see what share. I'm pretty certain we're going to need share list. Share list. Liquidation list is a function of the liquidation B, and then the share list is a function of the HSI ID. So we can find an HSI ID by just pulling this one, go to the contract, read contract. Six three seven 732 is just this one that we randomly got. So let's see if these should match up. Yeah, 63272. Okay, so that's minted days. Oh no, this is a stake value. Okay. So this must be, oh yeah, if I remember right, stake is okay, so this is the Hedron contract. It's gonna be this one. Those ones. Now let's find HSI contract. We got to do anything there. So this is a HEX stake instance contract. And you're basically I guess we do want this for the launch. Okay, so yeah, so we want the Hedron contract, the HSI contract, we want share. So it'll be something like HSI contract of the address share would be how we call that. Write some notes here. Okay. I guess also from the Hedron contract, we can't forget about the write functions. So you're going to need, as far as the bidding goes, we're going to need claim instance. Well, that not related to bidding. So for claiming, or so for minting Hedron from winning HSIs. We need loan liquidate bid of amount. We already have these address. So it's like ID, address. Let's see, loan liquidate bid, ID, and then the bid. So ID and amount. Okay. Perhaps loan liquidate if we want to kick off an auction. So loan liquidate address, owner, and then index and HSI address. Loan liquidate exit allows any address to exit complete liquidation. Granted, okay, so yeah, if we want to exit, so loan liquidate exit, it's going to be index and liquidation ID. That's for collecting winnings. Mint instanced. Actually, we don't need claim instance, we need mint instanced. That is a index address. Okay. Mint native, we don't need proof of benevolence, we don't need transfer from, we already get from the IERC20 interface. Okay, so it's pretty good there. See what's on the right. Creates a new hex stake using all ERC tokens assigned to. Okay, so that doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. You could just add good accounting. Initialize. Let's see what initialize is. I don't think we need that. Okay, well, that seems easy. We need the HEX Stake Manager now, so let's. Probably in here is where we see something about the HSI Manager. Here we go. HEX Stake Instant Manager. Here we go. Okay, so why don't we look at the Icosa contract? It should be something like 5,800, 5,900. Wow, they're really racking up. HSI lists are going to be, so that address, and let's just say like the 0, the first one. So this will be the first one available for auction, and it gives us an HSI address. So yeah, we definitely want HSI Manager, HSI lists of address and index, and then that gives us a HSI contract address we can build from. See when we so we'd do that and then read share. So yeah, this one has that many T shares. Oh, perfect. So that's how we can get the bonuses and stuff. Okay. Good to know. What else do we want? HSI token. Is that something that we read from? Okay, not that one, but let's copy that and we'll see just from the prior one. HSI token. Not sure what that is. Maybe we'll look later. Doesn't seem like we need it now. Name, owner of royalty info, stake account. Let's read our Icosa address, stake account. Yep, okay, same thing, stake lists, and then HSI index. Okay. Token by index. Okay, HSI token. Okay, not really sure what that is, but we'll figure that out if we need. Okay, well, this is a good start. So, what we do is we, up here on Hedron contract, okay, so this stuff we don't need. Approve and transfer, that's in the ERC20. We do need, we don't want mint native, we don't need claim native. We might need current day. So what did we say we need? We need, so for liquidation list, here's how we find it. So where's the Hedron? Okay, Hedron contract, we get a code, we search liquidation list. It's like it's a mapping, so that means that we need to just do something like this that says function liquidation list of UN256. What's that called? What do they call it? It returns liquidation store. Okay, maybe that works. We'll have to check that. It's the first time I've done something like that, but I think that's how we do it. Okay, so we got liquidation list. Now we need share list function, share list, and then this is a unit 256 of HSI. Let's call it HSI ID. We're going to call it liquidation list is public view turns something. Okay, so what is the share list return? It returns share store. Returns share store from memory. And then we need to get share store. Okay. What else do we need? Okay, let's get, so we got current day liquidation list and share list. So now we also need, so those are like the writing function or the reading functions. We need instanced, find function mint instanced. Okay, external returns that. Perfect. So all we do is copy the declaration of that, whatever you call it. I like to do them all in one line just because it's like once we paste the stuff in, we just use it and we don't want to be taking up all space. External returns. Okay. So we got min instance. Now we need loan liquidate. Function loan liquidate there. Boom. Okay, now we need loan liquidate. And loan liquidate exit. Let's find it. Okay, so that's what we need from the Hedron contract. So let's make that one small. Let's bundle these up, get the spacing right. We will make, yeah. So now we need contract, HSI contract. Okay. That's the manager. I think this is just the contract itself. Let's see if it has barely any. Yep. So code. Let's find. So share is just a share store, a public share store. So we need the share store struct. So here, let's just say, I think we can actually do like this. And then didn't we get share store from up here? Must be the same. Okay, that compiled, so that must work. Well, that was easy. That's an easier way to do. We may have to make share lists like that, right? Yeah, we don't need, maybe we don't, here. Let's go back, let's find share list. This may be the way to do it. Keep that around just in case we are wrong and that doesn't work. We're pushing new ground here, so we don't quite know. Daily data store. Daily data list. No, we don't do that. So the liquidation list is we have here. And yeah, liquidation list here. We'll just keep those there in case we need to revert, but if not, that's much better. And now we need liquidation store. Oh, which we have. Okay. All right, so that appears to work just fine. Okay. All right, this can get a little quicker. So we have the share, and then now you also need the on the HEX stake instance token, or the HEX stake instance contract. What else do we need? So probably good accounting. Okay. Let's just follow our convention there. I like less lines. It truly doesn't matter, but I just prefer less lines. Because then I can just look at like one line and know what's going on. Okay. Looks like we've got HSI contract. Good accounting. Oh, wait. That wasn't it. Wasn't it wrong? What was the initialize? Let's see what initialize was. Okay, we don't need initialize because that runs on. Okay, now last one, let's pull up the HSI Manager, which I believe is this one right here. Code, yeah. HSI Manager contract. So let's say contract, HSI Manager contract. And then that is going to have what? What do we need out of this thing? HSI lists. HSI lists. Yep. That's nice. HSI lists. I think that's all I had there. Let's look at right contract. Okay, here we go. Oh, I guess let's push. Let's see. Converts a hex stake instance into an address mapping. Just tokenizes it. So detokenizes it. Do we need to detokenize it? Someone answer that. Can someone find if we need to detokenize it? So here, we'll add it. So everything with hex stake. Looks like we don't need to transfer the HSIs. So we're only going to hex stake start, hex stake end, hex stake tokenize, hex stake maybe we only need the hex stake detokenize, hex stake start. So here, hex stake. See if we can just find the interface for hex stake tokenize, hex stake tokenize. What we got? So hex stake detokenize, because I don't think we need to tokenize it. So hex stake start. So let's clean this up just how we did on the other one, just to save some space when we're just reading this. Start. So right there, we have just prepared the Hedron contract, the HEX contract, the HSI contract, and the HSI Manager. So we should now have all the functions that we need to perform bidding. So this is a good, let's see. So let's, okay, so like to look up the liquidations. So here, let's just do it. The test function. So function get liquidation, public view, and we don't know what's going to go in there yet. But so let's just look at the functions up here. Hedron contract, liquidation store. Yes, we need liquidation list. So liquidation list of what? Liquidation, let's go back to that. The Hedron contract, liquidation list. And that takes in like an ID, that's an index, right? Yeah, because if we go above 20, yeah, so some type of index. So UN256 liquidation index. So we are going to say Hedron contract dot liquidation list of liquidation index. So we need stake. What was that called? Liquidation store. We may also need to go into our own thing. Looks like that's going to be needed. So hex stake minimal, share store, and liquidation store. So we need to pull those in here just to get the structure right. Liquidation store. So liquidation store, equals Hedron contract dot liquidation list of liquidation index. Maybe storage. Different number of components. Solidity, type area, different number of components.
Okay. So maybe what we do rather than that is we just simply, okay, so liquidation store. So let's bring this down here just for our reference. Okay. So maybe we do need to bring this back. Okay, there we go. All right. We got it, guys. We figured it out. We cracked the code. I've never done this before, and this may not be the most efficient way, but it works, and that is all we care about. Okay, those are unused. Okay, so now why don't we just could just test this out with a known. Oh, we need to get a testnet, huh? It's fine. Here, we'll just keep pushing. So look up liquidations we've got on our checklist and HSIs. So here, why don't we just now we need share list. So Okay, so why don't we see this right here? So in the get liquidation, we might as well just pull in from HSI contract of HSI contract share and HSI. Okay, so we need stake data fetch up there. Okay. Green light, please. All right. That's good. Just unused variables. Perfect. All right, you guys. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, so this probably means we need to make a struct called foundation data. And we're basically just going to make it a combination of share store and liquidation store. So let's copy this stuff down here. Okay, so now let's just get rid of this. We don't need hex stake minimal. We don't need this. So now what that means, we need to return foundation data Okay, so I guess we don't need to do that. We can just do this. Turn okay. Player name. Okay. So just we need to do the list right here. Liquidation data. Now let's do this list of this stuff. Okay, so okay, all right. So now we return liquidation. And now we need to say public view returns liquidation data. And that is memory. Right, give us a green check. All right. Well, that's something we can test right now. Let's deploy to testnet. Well, let's see here. We look up liquidation HSIs, manage HSIs, mint Hedron, end stake. Let's just do that here. We're going to push, guys. We are going to push. So now this is going to be end HSI stake, and we need to function it's going to be external non-reentrant. And here, this is going to be in the HSI Manager track.end. It's going to be the end stake hex. HSI Manager of the HSI let's look up the HSI Manager. So HEX stake end. Stake end. Index. HSI index, HSI address. Index. Okay, I mean, we'll just set them both in unison, so we don't even need all this. All right, well, okay, so before we end stake, why don't we do HSI Manager? I guess where's the mint and mint instance? That's Hedron contract, so we need index and address. So why don't we just run mint instance down there as well? So just like at the end of the stake, we just mint the instance. So HSI, or no, this is Hedron contract, mint instanced, and we give it, what's consistent here? Ridiculous. So maybe UN256 is that an address. Boom. And then we also so you set, and then we need to say is redemption active is true. Okay. I know we're not doing this. We're not doing this. So like if we're gonna add something like if this is the longest lasting stake, allow redemption, set is redemption active to be true. All right, so that's manage HSIs we've just done, and then let's do the bid and auctions. Guys, we literally have one thing left that we had on our agenda today, which let me... Okay. All right, you guys, let's test it out. Let's find a testnet bid. How do we do that? Well, why don't we just hit deploy on testnet? So we're going to do injected provider and let us connect to our PulseChain testnet. Let's deploy this thing. Test Maxi right here. Yep. All right, guys, let's deploy this. Let's see if it works. Let's check in with the chat. Oh my God, I'm so far behind. Sweaty says, I like your realism perspective, DC. Hey, man, thank you. Code stream vibes immaculate. Private chats are in paid groups. Yeah, honestly. Code Mono Alpha, thanks. Sorry, guy. I thought I added people to be permanent. Bluebum asks, why are you putting in HEX in the contract? Doesn't it need Hedron? So in general, I'm just used to, we haven't used the HEX contract yet, but in general, I like using the HEX day as a calendar of sorts. So I added HEX to the contract, but not for like transferring HEX. It's just to read the functions from the HEX contract, like get current day. Nate says, Dipcatcher, we were so lucky and honored to have you in the HEX community. Truly a real life blessing. Wish you endless success upon Maximus. Thank you so much. I can't imagine staking natively anymore, and holding an HSI for the HEX yield is also a bad play as a small guy. Do you think Maxi DAO tokens being only more popular on ETH first will it? I mean, they're popular. They'll be popular everywhere for different reasons, right? And so it's like the gas saving, that even though that's like a major urgent value proposition, that's just one of the value propositions. So hey, Dipcatcher, don't these person's question, is it wise to show code while making it, or does it not matter? Can people exploit weaknesses while seeing you create? No, I mean, the code becomes public anyways. And so yeah, I mean, it's biggest risk is probably someone just tries copying it, but it's like, if they're going to be able to copy this, they could just copy it anyways. And we just got to compete. So then it comes down to better messaging, better community building. So yeah, I mean, it's actually better for the security of it for it to be public. No mods. We pew this one on GRC channel. I'm back. Working triple time today. Love your videos. Think you're busy now. Until full-time job and half queued up everything. Yeah. I love this kind of stream. Makes me feel smart. This content is priceless. If you want to stake, you do, but when you win auction, I don't think it's tokenized, so may not need to worry about that function. It would be good. Yeah. So thanks, Mystery. We'll figure that out. Hey man, I just started learning JavaScript. Never coded before, but I actually want to get into smart contracts. What language just to be on the Solidity? Learning JavaScript will make you more comfortable with Solidity. Okay. All right. So now let's deploy this to Testnet, Poly Maximus. The mint duration, we'll just say it's going to be 15 days. Okay. Look at that. So is redemption active is true. Okay. So that's cool. So we're not worried about the mint. We know that the minting stuff is just going to work. Actually, you know what? We do need to do something. So okay. Okay, we need some testnet Hedron, you guys. Where can we get some testnet Hedron? We might as well. Now we got to test. We got to test. So here, let's get some testnet Hedron. PulseChain.com. Oh, I guess I do have some Hedron here. In set 9 C8. Yep. Okay. Well, we already have some Hedron, so why don't we just go and try to mint some Poly? So we do know that we need to in the Hedron contract. We actually do need. Okay, so we actually need to add some stuff in here. Like approve. So let's find the approve stuff. Actually, no, we don't need that. We can do it on the IERC20. So we're going to restart. Now let's do IERC20 and then at this address. That should give us things like approve. Yep. Okay, so first step, we need to approve the Poly Maximus thing to interact with. Let's just find our own balance. Let's give it access to everything. It's not what you should do in real life, but it's okay because we're still testnet. Okay, so we're going to give it access to that amount. Give permission to access the contract. Yep, OX1CB right there. Okay, went through. So now let's try to mint. Let's do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's see how that worked in the block explorer. We'll wait for that. Let's just check our balance here. So if we look at the poly balance of right there, looks like we got it. So now why don't we just redeem half of it or a tenth of it? Okay. Okay. Now let's look at that on testnet. Okay, unconfirmed. Let's see if this one's confirmed. All right, so there we go. We just took one Hedron and got 100,000 of these units. Let's see something. We need to correct the decimals. So that's one thing. This part doesn't really matter, but it's just like for ease of use. We have to correct the decimals. So this is at 10 to the 8. Okay, so Hedron has 9 decimals. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And so yeah, we need to overwrite the units on this one. Let's just see what our decimals are. 18, yeah, we want that to be, damn it, does that mean we have to do 9? Ugh. Damn it, Hedron. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so because Hedron is now the numeraire, we actually need to make this so that it's okay. Let's go to our contracts, other contracts. Diamond Hands, no, has it. Oh, no, Diamond Hands doesn't have it. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Decimals, public. Yeah, what's this? Okay. Let's try one of these. Okay, so let's do it again. Okay, we're gonna deploy this for 12-day. Okay, so we did that. So why don't we just try this out? Execution averted. Damn it. Okay, that's a good sign. So how do we make a liquidation on Hedron? There's got to be some. All right, guys, be right back. All right, guys. So what we got to do, because I like just here, let's. 3, okay, so that's right, because these are the units of this one. Yeah, so if we look at balance of ourself, okay, so we minted that amount and now we redeem it. Okay, that's right. Yep. Okay, guys. So minting and redemption is done. Looks like what we need is to just send something to auction. Okay, so how can we do this? Maybe by going to this, then going here. Let's just search. Okay, this might be challenging, guys, because Guys, you know what we're going to do? We are going to do this on ETH, where we know that there will be some liquidations available. Yeah, guys. All right, guys, let's do it on ETH. Okay. Fuck. Okay, okay. Okay, all right. There we go. So we can now look up liquidations and HSIs. So if that liquidation data, so that is minted days, 0, launch bonus, 100. Oh, because it divides by 10. Or maybe that means there's none. I don't know. Loan start, loan days, interest, payments made. So HSI, address, Okay. Two, three, 1, 2, 3. So we need 2.5 billion Hedron on testnet for this one. Huh. Okay, guys. Let's find a smaller one. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then 3 million. Okay, this is 456 million. That's a little bit better. That looks a lot bigger. So 5, then 4 of these. Then 1, 2, 3 million. So 160 million. Okay, that's not bad. Let's see how many there are. Okay. Okay, let's buy some Hedron on how much is 6? Maybe I can just buy it. Let's see. Uniswap. Ether fair. Okay, so we need to swap for Hedron. Okay, we're gonna have to redeploy this. We know we're looking for liquidation number 16. All right, so let's try this out. We gotta. Oh, that's wasn't intended, but it's okay. Poly Maximus, we are going to say, okay, so 16. Yep. And then I think if we just do bid, see if this works, guys. Okay. Insufficient balance to facilitate liquidation. Okay. That's a good sign. Let's see what that means. Oh, okay. So 16. Okay, so let's see the order in this. So Mm. Okay. Here we go. So let's do, we're going to give this approval. Okay, here we go. All right, figured it out. I think it's going to work, guys. So that's our balance. And we need to give it approval. Get the Poly contract to have the approval. We're going to mint it all. Get up there on expired liquidation. Okay, no problem. Let's go find another one. Okay, so we gotta find something to liquidate. I think is the only option here. All right, you guys. I think we're probably going to call it right now. Let's see here. Let's go through the chat, and then we're probably going to call it because we did everything that we wanted to do. So, come on, refresh. Here, let's just, and we'll add an asterisk here. So, bid function is working. There are simply no auctions ongoing to bid in. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we got everything done today, so let's tweet it out. Okay. We got what we came here to do today. We got done what we came here to do today. Everything went smooth and fast. The only problem was that there are no active auctions to bid on ETF that we are using as testnet. All right, see the chat. Can you talk about how tokenomics or group purchase using Poly, but then is a one-time interface for Poly, or where will value be gained once HSIs are purchased? So it's a one-time minting phase for Poly. So Poly will be mintable 1-for-1 for Hedron, and then all the Hedron that is pooled will then go to purchase HSIs from the auction, and then the value just accrues in the HSIs. So these HSIs are basically going to be like stake pools, and so when they end, that's kind of what we showed today. When the stake pools end, we have this this set redemption rate function that is called, let's see. Yeah, so end HSI stake, the Hedron contract, it ends, so it mints the Hedron, ends the stake, and then sets the redemption rate. And so the redemption rate is just the balance of the token divided by the supply of Poly. So like the Poly contract balance of HEX divided by the Poly supply, or the Poly contract balance of Hedron divided by the Poly supply. So that's how that works. So yeah, the coin will probably track the value of those stakes, kind of how and it'll oscillate up and down, and kind of like how the Maximus tokens track the value of the pool. Maybe there's some outstanding unpaid Hedron lows on Testnet. Yeah, we need to find those. I wonder how we can find them. Where can you read about Poly? Evening all. Did you catch that HEX on ETHW dip? No, again, I'm not really just going to hold my ETHW coins. I don't really care what happens. I caught the team dip. I'm waiting for that guy to dump the rest of the Hankey team. Yeah, let's hope he does. Any hints as to how team will benefit from Poly? No, so once we get all the infrastructure done, then we'll start working on those dynamics. So there's a lot of ways. There's actually a lot of flexibility here. So we shall see. All right, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and get off now. I think it's time to eat some lunch for me. But thank you all for joining me today. Got a lot done. Literally, we're already there. We're already more than halfway there. We got the minting redemption done. We got the stake management done, and we connected to bid on the auctions. There's no auctions to bid on, so we'll figure out. That'll be what I'll do probably later today. Is figure out how we can. Gosh, I'm exhausted. How we can push something to an auction, so we can do some testing on it. But yeah, good job, everyone. Carlos G says, awesome work, bro. Thanks, man. Well, cool. With that, we'll see you all next time. Goodbye, everyone. Mystery says bye. Good job. Thanks, Mystery. Thank you for all the help. Frosty Dog. Nice. All right, guys. Take care.